time the RT starts? 6:30. Sorry. They can offer it themselves. If they wanted to use for
Happy Janmashtami. Please do me a quick favor, just turn to your neighbor, let them know that you're glad they're here, say hi, tell them Happy Janmashtami. We have an entire evening of celebrations, festivities, kirtans, guitar, dance performances with lila, abhisheks, and of course prasad later on. For now, we're just going to start with Gaur Arti Kirtan, led by our own Nityananda Chandra. He likes to dance, and he loves it when other people dance. You don't have to dance, but you will be disappointing him if you don't. It's totally up to you. And it's going to be for about 25 minutes now, and then at 7 o'clock afterwards, we're going to introduce our first talk of the evening, and then I'll share a little bit more about the schedule. If it's your first time here, just FYI, we have restrooms and water in the back, as well as a welcome and hospitality table if you have any questions, and I'll see you on the other end of Kirtan. So if you'd like, please feel free to stand or sit, but just remember how Nityananda is going to receive that, and we'll have Kirtan. Perfect.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Nirvishesha Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Shri Rukshi Sanatan Bhakti Shri Jiva Gopal Bhattada Saravana Sadhu Swami Prabhupada Ki Prem Se Baho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaur Bhakta Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Prabhu Prabhupina Shabakun Radha Kunjiri Govardhan Ki Ganga Devi Ki Yamuna Devi Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Tulsi Maharani Ki Harinam Sankirtan Ki Maya Pranavri Dham Ki Rajabhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Krishna Janmashtami Mahotsav Ki Shri Shri Radha Muralidhara Ki Jai Gaur Premanandi. Glory to the Assembled Devotees. Glory to the Assembled Devotees. All glory to the Assembled Devotees. All glory to Shri Shri Guru Gauranga. Glory to Shri Prabhupada. Namaste Narasingharya. Namaste Narasingharya. Palatala Varadayine. Palatala Varadayine.
Shri Krishna Bhagavan Ki Jai. Hare Krishna, and welcome everybody. Thank you for those who have joined us during the kirtan. We're so glad that you are here. If you have any questions throughout the evening, because we're going to be here all night. I don't know how many of you got the memo, but this party goes on till 1 in the morning. And so we've had our opening kirtan. We're going to set up space for our very own wonderful Sri Prahlad Prabhu will enlighten us with an hour of katha, so talks and discussion on Sri Krishna and the meaning of Janmashtami. And then after that, we're going to have more kirtan, specifically, they give me notes. Achyuta Gopi is going to be leading us with some kirtan. There'll be some, it'll be lila kirtan, so she'll be singing stories and pastimes of Krishna that will be enacted out through dance with Kumari. Our wonderful community member Kumaris will be singing and dance and lila and storytelling through music, happening from 7 to 8.
Well, it'll actually be a Achyuta leading the kirtan from 7 to 8, and then Kamal and I will dance at the end.
So there'll be kirtan, storytelling, and dance.
Yes.
Beautiful. The dance will just come at the end. And then we'll continue kirtan. From 8 to 9 will be the kirtan with Achyuta, and then we'll continue kirtan from 9 to 10 after that with Abhishek. So we'll have an Abhishek going on up here, and then there'll be kirtan continuing. And then there's a lot of kirtan going on here tonight. And then there's more kirtan. From 10 to 11 we'll have kirtan, and there will be a Julan Yatra. So we've had Julan Yatra all of the previous week leading up to Balaram's appearance today, Krishna's brother, and we also wanted to give you an opportunity. We had such beautiful Tio and Marissa and a team of people decorating, Vandana, our community member, building this beautiful swing decorations. Can we just also give Marissa and Tio a round of applause only if you appreciate the decorations. If you don't appreciate them, just you can stay quiet, but it sounds like there's a lot of appreciation. Up until the moment where some of you walked in, they were serving, and there's so many volunteers, more than we can even announce. We'll try to announce a few of them as we go, but there's so many of you that helped out. And just being here is a service. That's one of the beautiful things about Bhakti, is that we can't practice Krishna consciousness on our own. There's something magical that takes place, because we're not just trying to learn, we're trying to absorb realization and information, and that's awarded by Krishna when we come together in the association of devotees. So you're doing a service for everyone in this room just by being here, and for all of those who are tuning in online, apparently all of you guys, thank you for being here. So we're basically going to have kirtan after Sri Prabhupada's talk all the way up till 11, and then Kaustubha Prabhu, our beloved and wise sage Kaustubha Prabhu, will be giving us a talk from 11 to midnight, which will lead us all up to the grand finale, the midnight darshan, when we'll have kirtan, and then we'll of course have prasad after that. For those that may not be able to stay at 9 o'clock, apparently I was just up in the kitchen and they're not sure if they're going to make it, but they're trying. At 9 o'clock we're going to have prasad and to-go containers for those that can't stay the full time. So if you want to take some prasad with you on your way out, that'll be ready at 9 o'clock. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Sri Prahlad Prabhu to speak and enlighten us on Krishna Katha. Hari Bol. Yes. There's been a request. If everybody would please just scoot your way forward and be a big help, because we will be expecting more people along the way. So if you can just, those of you who are sitting on the floor, just scoot up and make way for your neighbors that will be coming in a little bit later. Thank you so much.
So, as described in our description of events for this evening, whatever we do with kirtan, whether it's an abhishek or a Julan Yatra, and the same goes with speaking. Prabhupada would always sing Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, a beautiful kirtan about Krishna and Vrindavan before he spoke. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Naya Rajajanarandana Naya Rajajanarandana Janmashtami ki jai. Welcome all of you to this celebration of Krishna Janmashtami here at the Bhakti Center. What I'd like to do with you this evening is to reflect on some descriptions that we have of Janmashtami celebrations that are given in our sacred scriptures. We have in the Srimad Bhagavatam a wonderful teaching by Lord Krishna to Uddhava in the 11th canto, 11th chapter of the Bhagavatam, where Krishna is giving a list of different practices of bhakti that awaken love. So we get different lists in the scriptures. Prahlad Maharaj, he gives a list of 9 activities. He says Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, so hearing about Krishna, chanting Krishna's glories, remembering Krishna. These are activities that nourish and awaken bhakti in the heart. He gives a list of 9. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu gives a list of 5 activities. He says any one of them will awaken prema. So in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna also gives a list. And one of the activities he describes is celebrating Janmashtami. He says there that if you celebrate Janmashtami, it'll awaken prema bhakti in the heart, and you'll be transferred to the spiritual sky. So here we are celebrating Janmashtami. What good fortune we all have to be celebrating Janmashtami together here at the Bhakti Center. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 10th canto, 3rd chapter, we have a nice description of the celebration of Janmashtami by Vasudeva and Devaki. They were in jail at the time, so their celebration was a bit constrained. We'll talk a little bit about that. The next day, there was a celebration that was much more expressive, and it involved the whole community, and that was in Vrindavan. So that's described in the 5th chapter of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. We can talk about that. And then we have a description in the Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, chapter 15, of Lord Caitanya celebrating Janmashtami. How did Lord Caitanya celebrate Janmashtami? What did he do? We'll talk about that. And then we have some descriptions in Prabhupada's biography of his Janmashtami celebrations. From the beginning of his life and then to we have descriptions from the later part of his life when he's a world preacher of Krishna consciousness, or leading up to his starting of his International Society for Krishna Consciousness. So we'll discuss each of these descriptions. Vasudeva and Devaki, and their celebration is more internal. They're in jail, remember. Then the community celebration of the residents of Vrindavan, led by Nanda and Yasoda. Then the celebration of Caitanya Mahaprabhu and then of Srila Prabhupada. And from each of these descriptions we will reflect on how we can apply this, what we can learn from this, what we can take from this. Something that's important for us, I think, as we celebrate Janmashtami, is that we're opening space in our hearts. Our hearts, they're filled with lots of things. So our heart might be a pained heart. Our heart might be grieving for one thing or another. Our hearts might be carrying some anger and some vengeance and some hatred to somebody that we may feel has wronged us. We might have a heart that's full of dreams and aspirations, things that we want to do and achieve. And where is Krishna in all of that? Where is the place for Bhakti in all of that? As we celebrate Janmashtami, we are opening space up. So Bhagavatam says that when we engage in these discussions, when we engage in the practice of Bhakti, it clears the heart. It purifies the heart. Regularly, it's a regular practice. It will gradually purify. It will open up more and more space so that these other things, the pain and the grief and the longing and the angst and the fear and the hatred and the vengeance and whatever else might be going on there, gets washed away. And the heart is filled with love. It shines with joy. And that heart is the heart that will be welcomed back in the spiritual sky. When our heart is filled with love, then we are ready to join the eternal associates that reside with Krishna in the spiritual sky. So let's go to the celebration of Vasudeva and Devaki. I won't say the first Janmashtami account described in the Bhagavatam, because there's one before it, when the universe celebrates, even before Krishna appears. I'm not going to go into that description because it's another wonderful description and another wonderful class. Vasudeva and Devaki, they are imprisoned by Devaki's brother, Kamsa. There has been a prophecy that the 8th child of his sister will kill him, and so he's imprisoned his sister and brother-in-law, Vasudeva and Devaki. And so when Krishna makes his appearance, it is a transcendental event, so wonderfully described. It takes place at midnight, and Vasudeva, he sees that his wife Devaki, she's become so effulgent, transcendental radiance, and he understands the Supreme Lord is residing within my wife, Devaki. And he notices that there are devatas, heavenly beings, that are offering prayers in the heavens. And when Krishna makes his appearance, he is fully adorned with ornaments, with the paraphernalia of Vishnu. He's described as having beautiful long hair that is bedecked with a crown. He's carrying different paraphernalia, symbols of divinity. And Vasudeva Well, how would he respond to this? How do Vasudeva and Devaki respond to this? They are filled with wonder. He's wondering, how is it? How is it possible that the Supreme Lord is present before me in this prison? That's one thing that's causing him great wonder, he and Devaki. He's wondering, how is it that the Supreme Lord has become my son? So the miracle of Krishna's appearance on earth, the mystery of Krishna's appearance on earth, it is a great topic of the Bhagavatam, that Krishna is appearing among us, appearing on our earth, the same place where we walk and where we encounter the struggles of day-to-day life. Krishna also appears. And he walks and he talks and he lives among us. That is a great mystery. And Vasudeva's word, how is it possible? What is going on? And how is it that he's my son? He's the source of everything, the origin of everything. I am much more distant from the original person. So many generations down from that original, and then somehow he is originating from my wife Devaki and as our son. We are his parents. And so he's full of wonder. How is it? And then, something else contradictory that he's wondering. He's wondering, how is it that I can save my son from evil Kamsa? That's another contradiction, because he's the Supreme Lord. He knows he's the Supreme Lord. And yet the parental affection, parental love is so great that he wants to protect. That's the nature of parental love. Always wanting to look out for, wanting to protect one's children. And so, even though this is God, and even though he's wondering how God could be his son, he still has that protective instinct. And then he wants to celebrate, and he has some parental duties he wants to fulfill. I'm a father, my son is born, I want to give charity to create auspiciousness for my son. But he's in chains, he's behind iron bars. So what will he do? What does he do in this constrained situation where he wants to celebrate, but he can't because of his circumstances? Yeah, so Vasudeva is saying that he celebrates in his mind. He gives charity. He gives thousands and thousands of cows that are decorated with golden horns and hooves and silk cakes. He gives those in charity to qualified Brahmanas. But it's all done mentally. And Prabhupada explains, he says, we have 5 senses. And our Bhakti teachers, they explain Bhakti is practiced by engaging the senses in service. We engage our tongue in speaking about Krishna or tasting Krishna's prasad, our eyes in seeing the deity, our ears in hearing, our hands in doing some seva in the temple, some service. And Prabhupada says the mind is also one of the senses. And so by doing this mental service, it's a practical service that can be done. It's a practical way of engaging the senses in service. And so it counts. Finally, what Vasudeva and Devaki do is they offer prayers. So 3 things that are described. Wonder, mental celebrations, and offering prayers. Because prayers we can do in any situation. We can chant, whether we are in the temple, whether we're at home, whether we are in a park, whether we're in the metro, whether we're walking to work, we can chant anywhere and everywhere. And so they are in prison, but they can offer prayers, and they offer most wonderful prayers. So there's some practical, how do we apply this, you and I? What do we learn from this for our Janmashtami celebration? Well, we can wonder at the mystery of Janmashtami, Krishna's appearance on earth. We can wonder why. And this is important to contemplate, because Krishna says, Janma karma chane divyam evam yo veti tatmata tatvadeha buddhar janma naitimam eti sorjana. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance in this world and my activities in this world will never take birth again in this material nature. So it's important for us to wonder and to reflect on this mystery. And we can also wonder at our good fortune. Vasudeva said, how is it that he's come as my son? And you and I, we can wonder, how is it that I had the good fortune of being here tonight at the Bhakti Center? How is it that I have this great fortune of knowing to celebrate Janmashtami? How is it that I have the good fortune to have the opportunity to offer some service, to decorate or to receive guests or to help with the cooking or the serving of prasadam or whatever service we may perform? We can wonder, how is it that I have this good fortune? If we are working, some of you online somewhere. There you are. Okay, yes, hello. If you are working or for some reason at home, you can't come to the temple to celebrate, you can also celebrate mentally. Or here you're doing it virtually, right? So that also counts. You're doing it in your mind. We learned this from Vasudeva and Devaki's celebration. If you can't be present for the community celebration, even doing it mentally, on your way to work or at work, if you get, maybe you can, I know some people, they can listen to classes while they're on the job. So if you can do that, that also counts. If they were constrained in jail, whatever your situation may be, at home or at work or maybe in prison or whatever the case may be, you can still celebrate, even mentally. And we can all offer prayers. We can all chant the holy names to celebrate Janmashtami. We can take our japamala like Vasudeva was doing, take it into his hands. We can take our japamala and we can chant that Hare Krishna Maha Mantra as our offering for Janmashtami as well. Okay, that's Vasudeva and Devaki's constrained, more mental celebration of Janmashtami. The following day, in Vrindavan, they had a extroverted, colorful community celebration. Because in the night, Vasudeva, his shackles mysteriously unlocked, and the iron gates, they opened, and the guards fell asleep. And Vishnu had told him, Krishna had told him, this will happen, and when it does, you can take me in my baby form. I'm showing you my great adult Vishnu form, but I'm going to assume a baby form, and you can carry me across the river Yamuna to Vrindavan. And you place me there next to Yasoda Maya in Vrindavan. Now she'll be asleep, and she'll wake up and she'll say, oh, I had a boy. I thought it was a girl. So you exchange me there and leave me in Vrindavan. And so Vasudeva, he crossed the Yamuna River. It's September, so in India at this time it is a rainy season. And so there was a rain as Vasudeva carried Krishna to Vrindavan. When he came to the Yamuna River, he saw that the water was quite deep. Depending on the season, Yamuna will be very shallow or very deep. And so he wondered, how will I cross the Yamuna River? And as he contemplated, the Yamuna River parted way and gave him a passage. And there was rain, and he was trying to protect the baby from this rain. And Anantadeva came as an umbrella and protected the child Krishna as Vasudeva carried him. He was given way, but he still carried Krishna on his head to protect him from the water, from the river, and he was protected above by Anantadeva. And arriving at Vrindavan, he placed Krishna next to Yasoda, Maya next to Krishna's mother and his other mother, Vrindavan mother, and returned to Mathura. So the next day, it is described, Nanda Maharaj awoke to the news. He's a father, he has a baby boy, and he was full of joy. He dressed himself in a very grand way to celebrate the appearance of his son, and he invited brahmanas to come and bless his boy, and he sent out news to all of Vrindavan that a baby boy has been born to Nanda and Yasoda. And so the Brajbasis, they became very excited, and they all dressed themselves in a very festive manner. So this is one thing that we can learn from this description. Part of how they celebrated was by dressing themselves very nicely. The men, they wore nice coats. You're wearing a nice coat there today, Prabhuji. They also wore turbans, it is described. And the ladies, they wore beautiful dresses, and they decorated themselves with ornaments and cosmetics. So it is mentioned specifically eye ointment and decorations on the face as well. And so like this, they celebrated by dressing themselves very nicely. And I see many of you here also dressed very nicely to celebrate Krishna's appearance, following in the footsteps of the Brajbasis. You are wearing your best saris and dhotis and coats and kurtas and so forth. So that's one way we celebrate. Making some extra effort, we can coordinate our hair color and our sari as well. We can celebrate in this way, by dressing ourselves nicely. The other thing they did was they decorated. They decorated their homes and their courtyards. They decorated the gates. And here we have some beautiful decorations in the temple room, these beautiful flower walls hanging from the ceiling, and silk drapes across the ceiling, flower arrangements on the columns. And so similarly, we are following, as was done in Vrindavan, so we are trying to do here as well. They decorated the courtyards and the homes very nicely to celebrate Krishna's appearance. And then they took gifts to the home of Nanda and Yasoda. So they're a cowherd community, so what will their gifts be? Ghee. Yeah, so some pots of ghee. I have been churning this really nice, amazing yogurt, ghee, butter in my home. It's been particularly wonderful this season, and I'm going to take my best pot of ghee to the home of Nanda and Yasoda to celebrate the appearance of their son. So they took ghee, they took butter, they took yogurt in pots, they tied on like a stick to carry, and other nice things that they cooked or baked at home. They take that to celebrate Krishna's birthday. Some ornaments that they might have in the family, they took that. And so like this, they went to the home of Nanda and Yasoda with all of these nice gifts. Meanwhile, at the home of Nanda and Yasoda, they celebrated. Nanda was giving charity. So receiving gifts, but also giving gifts to the brahmanas, but not only. He's giving new clothes to people, he's giving ornaments to people, and he's asking everyone to bless his son, that he will have strength and health and a long life, and that he will be wise and courageous. And so he's asking for blessings for his boy from all the members of the community. At the home of Nanda Yasoda, charity is being given. There is also lots of, what else would we expect? Food? Yeah, okay. There was music. Musicians were invited to play their instruments, drums and other stringed instruments and wind instruments to create a very festive atmosphere. He also invited brahmanas to recite. Some of them were reciting the Vedas, some of them were reciting the histories, that's called the Purana. Some of them were reciting the Puranas. Some were reciting the genealogies, the stories of great kings who have been. And so in this way, by remembering great personalities, there's also a way of trying to invoke that consciousness for the child, that they will have these exalted qualities of being charitable and compassionate and true to truth and justice and so forth. So like this, the names of great personalities who have been before are being invoked as a blessing for this child. And the people, the Brajvasis, they arrive with their gifts. They have darshan of this small, beautiful child Krishna, and they are very joyful. They dance. Earlier we were all invited to dance, to celebrate. But this is also something that happened in Vrindavan, a joyful celebration. Krishna has appeared. Krishna is with us. And so they dance joyfully, not as a ritual, not as not for show, but for the joy, expressing the joy of Krishna's appearance. And they became so joyful that they did something most wonderful. They took some of that ghee and butter and they started to throw it on one another and smear it on one another. And so that was part of their joyful cowherd celebration, that they joyfully anoint one another with ghee and butter and yogurt. And so like this, there was intimate contact between the residents of Vrindavan, playfulness, and these products are also considered very auspicious. So they're giving auspiciousness to one another by spearing one another with ghee and butter and yogurt. I don't expect that we'll be doing that tonight. So this is another way then that we learn to celebrate Janmashtami. Decorating ourselves nicely, decorating our environment with flowers and lamps, incense, engaging in song and playing music and engaging in dance, bringing gifts. You bring gifts. I think there are some gifts will be offered to Radha Muligar later. So bringing gifts. These are all different ways that we learn to celebrate Janmashtami from Srimad Bhagavatam. And these are community celebrations. So from the internal celebration of Vasudeva and Devaki, we have a community celebration of the residents of Vrindavan. Let us now consider Caitanya Mahaprabhu's celebration, described in the 15th chapter of the Madhya Lila of Caitanya Charitamrita. Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he celebrated with the devotees who had visited from Bengal. So every year that Caitanya Mahaprabhu lived in Jagannath Puri, devotees would come to visit him to celebrate Rath Yatra. We had the New York Rath Yatra in the end of June, right? So June, July, August. Now we're in August. So devotees, they would, so these same periods, same time periods, they correlate. Chaitanya devotees would go from Bengal, they would travel for days, walking to Jagannath Puri, and they would be there on time to celebrate Rath Yatra, the original Jagannath Puri Rath Yatra, with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. And then they would stay with him for 4 months. 3 months ago we had Rath Yatra, yeah. So 4 months they would stay with Lord Chaitanya until Janmashtami. And the way they celebrated is wonderfully described by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates, they dressed up. They dressed up as cowherd boys. They dressed up as Krishna's cowherd friends, cowherd boy friends. And two of them also dressed up as Nanda and Yasoda. And so, how do cowards dress? What would that look like?
Turbans.
Okay, turbans.
Dhoti.
Some dhoti, maybe a short dhoti, because they're out herding cows, right? So the long dhoti might not work for them.
Stick.
Stick, yeah, stick. Maybe a belt. A rope. So, yeah, huh?
Maybe flute.
A flute, yeah, a horn. So they're doing cowherd boy dress up for Chaitanya and his associates. And they head out to a field, dressed up as cowherd boys. We can imagine they will go out with kirtan as well. Lord Chaitanya and his cowherd boy friends, they head out to a field, because that's what cowherd boys do. They're out in the fields all day. And they are carrying something with them. Remember I described the Brajvasis going to the home of Nanda Yasoda, and they have these sticks with butter and yogurt tied up? They're carrying butter and yogurt because they're cowherd boys. So cowherd boys, they will have the produce of their of their activity that they take with them. And they have mridangas and kartals, so they're singing and they're dancing ecstatically in the field, celebrating Janmashtami. And Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami describes something wonderful. At one moment, the butter and the yogurt come out. And they splash one another and smear one another with butter and yogurt as they're dancing and singing to celebrate Janmashtami. Advaitacharya, he says to Lord Chaitanya, "You're not a real cowherd. You're a brahmana. You're a vipra. You're not a real cowherd." And Lord Chaitanya says, "You want to see? He's going to prove that he's a real cowherd." And how he does it is by taking a stick and whirling it about. So apparently cowherds, because they have their stick for herding the cows, so they're very good at twirling their stick. So Caitanya Mahaprabhu starts twirling the stick all around him, and Advaita says, "Okay, that's very impressive." Then Nityananda Prabhu, he's like, "Whoa, I can do better than that." So he takes his stick, and so Chaitanya and Nityananda, they're proving their cowherd boy credentials by twirling their sticks as they dance in this celebration of Krishna Janmashtami. So I haven't seen the butter yogurt smearing thing done ever, except once. And I guess there's a reason why I only ever saw it once. But this was 1981 maybe, in Wollongbar, Australia. So trust the Australians. So I was a child. I didn't actually see it. I saw the aftermath. The next morning, when we children went to the temple, and in the hall next to the temple there was all this butter and yogurt like everywhere. And we asked what had happened, and we were told that the night before the devotees had read about this celebration of Caitanya, and so they had gotten butter and yogurt and thrown it about. But I never saw it since, or heard of it since either. So I guess it's an expensive way to celebrate, and probably better put it in the feast and offer it to the deities and then serve prasadam. But there's one other thing that happened in the celebration of Sri Chaitanya, and that is that the king, Prataparudra, he was a great follower of Chaitanya. He was the king of not just Puri, but the king of all Odisha, which at that time was current-day Orissa state, but also large sections of South India as well. And so he was a great devotee of Lord Chaitanya. And he was observing the celebration of Chaitanya and his associates dressed as cowherds and dancing and singing, and he was enlivened and he wanted to give charity. And so he asked the head priest of the Jagannath temple to bring Jagannath's Mahaprasad clothes and present it to Lord Chaitanya and Advaita and Nityananda. And so they tied it on their heads. And so they were dressed as cowherds, and then now they have these nice Jagannath clothes. Like Radha Mulikar, they're dressed so beautifully today. I mean, they're dressed beautifully every day. Absolutely every day. Today particularly, they look very beautiful for Janmashtami. Their clothes are very opulent. And so Jagannath's clothes are very opulent. And so Caitanya Mahaprabhu had these opulent clothes of Jagannath tied about his head, as did Nityananda Prabhu and the other devotees. And now remember, there were two who were not dressed as cowherd boys. They were dressed as Nanda and Yasoda. And so in their role, they wanted to give charity as well, because remember Nanda Maharaj was giving charity to everyone? Yeah. So they started giving charity. They really got into the mood of their role. And so they started giving charity, and basically Caitanya Mahaprabhu observed that they gave away everything they had in their homes. They so much got into the mood that they just like, whatever they had, like take the picture off the wall, give it in charity. And my pots out of the charity. They were just so enlivened by the celebration of Krishna's appearance that they gave away all of their possessions in this festival. So something that we can see in Caitanya Mahaprabhu's celebration that differs from the first two is that Caitanya Mahaprabhu's celebration is an enactment. It's a drama. They're playing roles. They're cowherd boys, they're Nanda, they're Yasoda. So they are entering into the pastime themselves by an enactment of the lila. And this is something that we can also learn from. Today we are celebrating Janmashtami, but in this celebration we also join in Krishna's pastime, the pastime of his birth. We get to play a role. We enter into that story. We enact. We don't just read about it, we don't just hear about it, we don't just think about it, but we become part of the story, the enactment of Krishna's appearance. And in fact, our temple program, so here Radha Mulidhara is served very wonderfully by the devotees, and they get woken up every morning at 4 o'clock. Chin, chin, chin. There are some bells that are rung, some prayers offered, and in the mind and the prayers of the devotees of the Pujaari, Krishna is being woken up. Yeah, he sleeps according to the New York time zone. He sleeps at a certain time and he gets woken up at a certain time. And when he's woken up, he's given something to eat, some sweets. Don't you like to have some sweets when you wake up? Maybe. Krishna does. And so when he gets woken up, there's a tray of sweets there for him. And then at 4:30, there's an artik offered. So this is all an enactment of Krishna's pastimes that is ritualized in a temple schedule. And so once a year, we have an enactment of Krishna's birth. And this is an enactment that we can all play a part in, we can all play a role in, and we get to participate in Krishna's pastimes. And so acting as a way of salvation is the name of a book by David Haberman. acting as a way of salvation. That is part of Bhakti. Celebrating Janmashtami by enacting, or these other festivals, or even the daily festivals in the temple, is a way of enacting Bhakti. That is not just theoretical, but practical and lived, entered into. And so there's a nice lesson that we have from this celebration of Caitanya Mahaprabhu, where they are enacting the pastime. Let's go to Prabhupada in the remaining time that we have together. Prabhupada's celebrations. The first celebration of Janmashtami that we have described in Prabhupada's life is his birthday. So you may know that we call him Prabhupada as his disciples and followers. The birth name that he was given was Abhay Charan. Abhay, fearless. Charan, lotus feet, so the Krishna's lotus feet. He is fearless, having taken shelter of Krishna's lotus feet. That's the name his parents gave him. And it was on the day after Janmashtami that Prabhupada was born. So his parents gave him the name Abhay Charan, but his uncle gave him the name Nandulal. That was his unofficial cute name, pet name for some of the family. And he gave him this name, son of Nanda, Nandulal, because he was born the day after Janmashtami, which Janmashtami happens at 12 midnight. So the day after is, in some places they celebrate the day after the midnight appearance, and then the next day they have a big feast to celebrate Janmashtami as well. And so part of that, they were celebrating Janmashtami, they were also celebrating Prabhupada's appearance. The next description we have in Prabhupada's biography of his Janmashtami celebration is 1960, so that was in 1896, first celebration in Prabhupada's life. And he's given the name Nandulal. The next description that we have is from 1964, and Prabhupada celebrates at the Radha Damodar temple in Vrindavan. And he invites the governor of Uttar Pradesh, the state of Uttar Pradesh, and he invites the mayor of Vrindavan and other dignitaries to come to the courtyard by Rupa Goswami Samadhi. And he speaks. And he speaks about how Kali Yuga is such a troublesome age, and yet how despite although it is so troublesome, there is also a great blessing that by engaging in Sankirtan, congregational chanting, inviting people to engage in chanting the holy name, then Bhakti can be awakened very easily and very quickly in the heart. And so Prabhupada spoke. He also arranged for prasadam to be distributed. And he presented people, it was like a book launch as well, for his Bhagavatam. Prabhupada had been writing, translating Bhagavatam, and then working hard to get it published as well. So I think it was the third volume of his first canto that he launched at this Janmashtami celebration as well. What we will learn from Prabhupada's celebrations is preaching. Prabhupada's Janmashtami celebrations are about sharing Janmashtami with others. The next celebration of Janmashtami that we have recorded is 1965, and Prabhupada is on the Jaladuta. That's the steamship that brings him from India to the US. And Janmashtami fell while Prabhupada was on voyage from India to America. And so he invited all the crew on deck to celebrate Janmashtami. He gave them a talk about Krishna's appearance, and he cooked. He cooked through the day, and he fed everyone prasadam to celebrate Janmashtami on deck, the Jaladuta, in the middle of the ocean there between India and the United States. Amazingly, the next celebration that is described, so 1966, who can guess where it happened? Prabhupada's next term. 26 Second Avenue. Amazing. So from celebrating on board a steamship somewhere in the middle of the ocean, Prabhupada is now celebrating 26 Second Avenue, New York City, and he initiates 11 disciples. A year later. How, that is so miraculous. A year of struggle, but then we see there's fruit at the end of this year. He's convinced people to fully surrender themselves to Krishna, to make vows, to chant the holy name for the rest of their lives, and to engage in devotional service for the rest of their lives, to commit as Vaishnavas, as devotees of Krishna. The next year, 1967, Prabhupada celebrates in India, Radha Damodar Temple, and he gives one of those 11 people that he initiated the year before, he gives them sannyas. So he gives sannyas to Kirtanananda Swami, and that's just a year later. Back in the Radha Damodar Temple in Vrindavan. 1968, Prabhupada celebrates Janmashtami in Montreal, Canada. And here the devotees, so now he has an international movement that's moved from New York 26 Second Avenue. It's now in Canada as well. And if not already in England, it's just about to start there. And so the devotees in Montreal, because there was a large Indian community, and so I think the description is that 300 people from the Indian community came to the Janmashtami celebration in Montreal, and Prabhupada was very happy with that. 1968, Prabhupada celebrates Janmashtami with disciples in Germany. So further afield, I think there was just 3 disciples or 4 disciples. He's in an apartment. And the way Prabhupada celebrates, we should say, is he engages in kirtan. There's a talk, and then there's an arti at 12 o'clock and a feast. That's the way Prabhupada's celebrating with his disciples. In Germany, Prabhupada and the disciples, they decided, let's try to read Krishna book. Like if we read all day long, could we finish the Krishna book? Reading all day, Janmashtami. And when it comes to about 9 o'clock, they realize that no, we're not going to make a whole book, 3 volumes today. So Prabhupada says, he asks them, do you think we'll make it? No, we're not going to. So Prabhupada says, okay, give me he takes out his Sanskrit 10th canto of the Bhagavatam and just reads the Sanskrit verses for 2 hours. And he says, you can't understand, but you can feel. You can't understand the Sanskrit, but you can feel it. In your heart, you will feel it. So just listen. And so Prabhupada, he just reads and sings the Sanskrit verses of the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, describing Krishna's appearance. The following year, Prabhupada, so he was in Tokyo. He was there to negotiate with Dynapon for publishing his books. And then in 1973, Prabhupada was skipping some years. Prabhupada, he celebrated Janmashtami in London with the installation of Radha Gokula at Bhaktivedanta Manor, a wonderful manor house that George Harrison had donated to Srila Prabhupada. And in 1967, Prabhupada, he celebrated in Vrindavan. He had planned that this would be the opening of the Krishna Balaram Mandir. It didn't happen. It happened, the temple wasn't ready. But Prabhupada had intended, and he was there in Vrindavan for the opening and the installation of the deities to celebrate Janmashtami on that day. So what we learned from Prabhupada's celebrations about our celebrating by preaching. He's all about his spreading Krishna consciousness far and wide and inviting the world to celebrate Janmashtami. We also see that Prabhupada's celebrations, they involve commitments. Like Prabhupada uses Janmashtami as a target. On this date, we'll open Bhaktivedanta. On that date, Janmashtami, we will dedicate the Krishna Balaram Mandir. So Prabhupada is using Janmashtami as a moment to make these very grand commitments and visionary ideas that everyone can get behind and work towards fulfilling by Janmashtami. Janmashtami is a day that Prabhupada wants to make these great offerings, whether it's initiation or taking sannyas or the opening of the installation of deities and the opening of temples. And so Prabhupada shows us how to celebrate by inviting others and spreading the word of Janmashtami to the world and inviting the world to become a participant, whether mentally, whether as community, whether through enactment, or whether as somebody who is really dedicating towards spreading the movement or the message of Krishna consciousness. These are all ways that we have learned that Janmashtami can be celebrated, whatever our situation in life. We can apply one or two or all of these processes to celebrate, and coming back to where we started, be conscious of the objective, clearing the heart, making space in the heart for Krishna, immersing ourselves mentally, physically, practically, so that our hearts are opened up and Krishna is invited in. And that's another way of thinking about Janmashtami. Krishna makes his appearance on earth. He can also make his appearance in your heart. He tells us that in the Bhagavad Gita, that for those devotees who show a commitment and who reach out to me, I appear in their hearts. Yes, he's already there as Paramatma, but he's coming, he's manifesting himself. He says, I enter their heart. And so, making space for Krishna. Janmashtami is a way that we make space for Krishna and we invite Krishna in. That he can appear there and that we can hold him there. Krishna, he says, my devotees are in my heart and I am in the heart of my devotees. And so as we celebrate today, we can be heartful of this idea of Janmashtami, making space, purifying, bringing Krishna into our hearts, letting these other things go, the anger or the longing or the fear or the hurt or the pain, letting it go, letting Krishna in, inviting Krishna in for Janmashtami. So we will conclude there. We are at time, and we say, Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki Jai!
Round of applause for Thank you so much. You can all remember that in 2022 you celebrated Janmashtami at the Bhakti Center. So now next on the schedule we have the yogurt and butter smearing. So if all of you guys could please just stand up, we're going to bring those in. No, that's not? Okay. We actually have a next part of our evening. Thank you for all of those. Thank you for all of you online for still here with us, joining in from around the city, the area, and the world. We have Her Grace Achyuta Gopi is going to be leading us in some lila kirtan. Oh, Vasudeva's got it coming on right here. That isn't really good. My best fortune. So we're going to have some kirtan coming in. I will continue to ask people to please just continue to move up if you can, create some space. We have a lot of people coming in, so if you're sitting on the floor, just scoot your way forward. It'll be a big favor for everybody else that's coming in. Again, we have some restrooms in the back and some water filters if somebody needs to get yourself a drink while you are here. Just to keep you informed of the schedule, we're going to be doing a lot of kirtan pretty much from now until 11, with various features of kirtan, we'll have some dance performances. We will have Abhishek and Julan Yatra as well for you to be able to swing the deities of the Lord. We have a table in the back with a few interesting offerings for you guys to make. I'll be informing more of later. But for now, we'll just go ahead and continue on with the kirtan. Thank you so much.
Shri Krishna Janmashtami Mahaprabhu. That was way too calm. It's his birthday. We have to sound a lot more lively than that. Shri Krishna Janmashtami Mahaprabhu. Shri Krishna Janmashtami Mahaprabhu. Shri Krishna Devaki. This is going to be really interactive. So you all are going to be doing a lot of shouting and joy. So as we take a look at the birthday boy, we're going to be speaking a little bit about the story of his birth again. Because why not? Isn't it? Srimad Bhagavatam says that these histories should be heard again and again, often. So it should be like the one song that you have on loop, that you continue playing. It's your go-to. And there's going to be a very important phrase toward the end. Can everyone say Jai Kanaya? Jai Kanaya. Lal Ki. Lal Ki. Which basically just means all glories to adorable, sweet little baby Krishna. The conditions today are optimal. The conditions when Krishna was born, pundits say some 5,249 years ago. Doesn't he look good for his age? The conditions that day were not so optimal. In fact, it was thunderstorming. I'm only going to talk about that briefly, just in case the weather decides to chime into the festivities. But it was thunderstorming. And yet, at the same time, somehow or other, everything was perfect. All of the constellations were in place. All of the stars were in place. They say that the wind was blowing quite favorably. There were lotuses sprouting both in the water and on the land. There were lotuses everywhere, actually. It seemed as though the earth itself was paying homage to some special event. And yet, also, it began thunderstorming. Some of our acharyas say that Krishna was born on a Wednesday. But they all agree that it was the 8th day of the dark fortnight of the month of Bhadra, which is where we currently are right now today. In a place called Mathura, there was a prison cell. In that prison cell were Kamsa's sister and brother-in-law. Kamsa happened to be the ruling authority of the time. We may have issues with the government today, but they were nothing compared to Kamsa's issues. He had a lot of issues. He went around kind of collecting demoniac friends. Quite literally. He would go from place to place and challenge other demoniac entities. And he would tell them, if you fight me and I lose, I'll live in indentured servitude in your kingdom. No problem. But if I win, you have to be my servant for life. They would agree, as demons with egos are wont to do, and they would fight, and all of them somehow or other happened to lose to Kamsa. And so Kamsa had an arsenal of demons at his disposal, and this is what made up his council. So whatever problems we think we have with the government, they were nothing compared to the citizens of Mathura. These were all of Krishna's family members, or would be in the future. Kamsa had an issue. There was a voice from the sky. Said voice, like a celestial news telecaster, said, Kamsa, the 8th son of your sister Devaki, will kill you. And then that voice was never heard from again. I kind of want to know who does that. Like, why didn't you give me an update? There was nothing after that. That's it. Just live in fear. Kamsa commenced to live in fear. And when Kamsa lived in fear, he put first his sister and brother-in-law under house arrest. So they were in their palace for some time, surrounded by about 10,000 armed guards. But as the time drew closer and closer, and Devaki had child after child, the first one you think, okay, fine, second, third, once you start getting up in numbers closer to 8, he put them in prison. And so they happened to be completely imprisoned. And so I've often gotten asked, why does Krishna put his devotees through so much? Like, what is his deal, really? Why does everything have to be quite so dramatic? And I remind myself and others, we are asking this from a supreme person who was born in a jail cell at midnight in the middle of a thunderstorm. Seems as though this is the way he does things. There's no changing it. So they were under house arrest. There was the 7th child, which was mystically transferred from said jail cell in Mathura all the way to Vrindavan. Vasudeva had more than one wife, which was common for the time. One of his wives' names was Rohini. This 7th child was mystically, magically, wonderfully transferred. And just about a week ago, we celebrated the birth of that child, Sri Baladev, the elder brother of Sri Krishna. Sri Balaram ki Sri Balaram ki Sri Krishna Balaram ki Rohini, when she was observed to be pregnant, was sent to Vrindavan. Vasudeva thought it is way too unsafe here in Mathura for you. Why don't you go with my friend Nanda and his family? You can stay there in safety with them. Kamsa looked, and it appeared as though Devaki had a miscarriage. Kamsa was overjoyed. He thought, now I have nothing to worry about. These children are so afraid of me that they're running in fear for their lives even before they leave the womb. Just observe my prowess. If only we could lead life with the confidence of just one demon. Kamsa had convinced himself that this was the truth. But as time went on, he observed something more frightening than anything he had ever seen before. He looked at Devaki, and she looked more beautiful than he had ever seen her. She herself looked as though she was glowing with some sort of transcendental effulgence. And this scared Kamsa. He thought, there can only be one reason for an effulgence like this. This has to be the work of Vishnu, who, the voices say, will kill me. Kamsa was in a quandary. What to do now? He can't kill her. He thinks about it. He really, really thinks about it. But he thinks, what would that do for my reputation? She's my sister. She's pregnant. She's glowing. So he thinks, fine, I'll continue to wait. But the minute the child is born, that will be the end of it. And so now, we begin a little kirtan with Vasudeva and Devaki in a prison cell with Kamsa pacing his palace and with everyone waiting to see what would happen next. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Kamsa, Devaki, Vasudeva, and the entire creation are all waiting for one child. Finally, when the conditions were just right, on that 8th day of the dark fortnight in the month of Bhadra, something wonderful happened. It says, just like the moon rising on the horizon, Shri Krishna Chandra came from Devaki. Shri Krishna Chandra Bhagavan ki Jai. Shri Krishna Chandra Bhagavan ki Jai. Shri Krishna Chandra Bhagavan ki Jai. Shri Krishna makes his appearance in a four-armed form. Why in a four-armed form? Our Krishna has two hands. As our original Supreme Personality of Godhead, dear most friend, well-wisher, all of the above, why four arms? Srimad Bhagavatam says that he appears in this way just to convince Vasudeva and Devaki that he really was the prophesied chosen child. The Lord, in all of his infinite wisdom, thinks if I appear too normal at first, maybe they won't believe that I'm actually the Supreme Person, here to answer all of their prayers. So instead he appears in a four-armed form. He is wonderfully shining, dark as a monsoon cloud, clad in yellow garments, with wonderful forest flower garland, an exquisite crown on his head. He is a sight to behold, absolutely magnificent. all Vasudeva and Devaki can do is place their palms together and offer the most heartfelt prayers. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more, everybody together, Haribo! This wonderful child begins to give Vasudeva orders. Oh Vasudeva, I have appeared as your 8th child. Kindly take me across the river, across the Jamuna, and into Gokula, and place me in the home of Nanda and Yashoda. Hearing this, Vasudeva immediately agrees. I always found it interesting that he immediately agrees because there is no way that any of this could have happened. If you were to think of it logically, they're in prison. Locked doors. Locked iron doors. In shackles. Across a river. And quite a ways away from Vrindavan. But Vasudeva readily agrees. And as soon as he agrees, outside the prison, the guards fall asleep. Into the deepest sleep that anyone has ever had, kind of sleep. The prison door magically unlocks. Vasudeva's shackles fall off. Is just part 1 of the power of surrender. Vasudeva readily agreeing to something that should have been impossible is part 1A of surrender. There's so many parts of surrender that poor Vasudeva is about to go through, but we'll get to it. He picks up the child, who is now a child, no longer a 4-armed Vishnu form. Now he has 2 arms. Sweet child. And he begins to cry just like a normal child. Vasudeva picks up this child, places him close to his chest, and wanders out of the prison cell. However, as he does so, it begins to thunderstorm. With loud thunder. Thank you. Round of applause for Keshala. The rain is coming down in so many directions that Vasudeva can no longer see in front of him. How is anyone supposed to carry a baby in this weather? This is an infant. Vasudeva is immediately afraid for the child, who was previously just giving him orders as a four-armed Vishnu form. But he's afraid for the child. He thinks, what will I do? Immediately, he begins to realize that the rain is coming down all around him, but he no longer feels it. Somehow or other, there is a covering. As Vasudeva observes around him, there is a very large serpent with many hoods that has come to shelter Vasudeva and little baby Krishna. This is none other than Anantadev, the wonderful celestial serpent that Lord Vishnu normally resides on, now come to shield his Lord from the incredible rainstorm. Anantadev ki jai! You all are getting so good at the interactive part. Vivo! Thank you. Vasudeva now takes off on an excursion. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vasudeva reaches the Jamuna River, a river that he has to cross on foot in order to get to Vrindavan. Many sources say that great waves were inhabiting the Jamuna this night, and animals like fish and turtles and alligators, yes, they said alligators, were jumping up to the surface because of the choppy waters and the waves. Vasudeva looks at this river. What is he supposed to do now? How can I cross a river like this on foot? But with a heart full of faith, his arms full of surrender to Krishna, he begins to wade through the choppy waters of the Jamuna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare The water is up to Vasudev's knees, and he keeps going. The Jamuna river is now up to Vasudev's waist, and he continues moving. It is now chest high, and so Vasudeva lifts the child above his head and holds him there, arms outstretched. This is our mudra of surrender. Haribo! Haribo! Vasudeva is now carrying little baby Krishna outstretched above his head. The water is now up to his neck, and Vasudeva is thinking, what will I do now? He prays, oh my Lord, I'm only trying to do what you've asked. Please help me. And suddenly, the water of the Jamuna begins to recede, but only in front of Vasudeva. The water makes a pathway for Vasudeva. Vasudeva now continues to walk triumphantly, understanding for sure that he has the Supreme Lord in his arms. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare The Gokula continues a swirling, dancing current all around Vasudeva and Krishna. And some sources say that as Vasudeva was journeying across the river, he slips and drops baby Krishna. This is every father's nightmare. Your wife entrusts you to hold the child, and then you drop it. In Vasudeva's case, he dropped it into a choppy current filled with alligators and snakes and fish, turtles. This also happens to be the divine child that the entire earth is waiting for. Talk about the weight of the world resting on your shoulders. Now the weight of the world is in the Jamuna. Vasudeva begins to look frantically for the child. Where is my child? But it's pitch black, it's midnight. There's rain still everywhere. He has an Anantasesha above him, but he can't see anything. And Krishna is a dark little boy. He's lost. Vasudeva begins to do the only thing that he can. He prays. Baby Krishna back in his possession. And he continues on to Shri Vrindavan Devaki. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare seemed as though everyone there was also asleep. Vasudeva made his way unheard, unseen, to the palace of Nanda Maharaj, also known as Nanda Bhavan. He enters into that palace and he sees there in the chamber with Yashodarani, who is asleep due to fatigue from a very intense labor. He sees on the bed next to her a baby girl. This baby girl happens to be the twin sister of Shri Krishna. Vasudeva has been instructed to take this baby girl back to the prison house of Kamsa. Imagine, Kamsa has killed all of the other children. Vasudeva now has to have faith that he will take this girl child only for her to be sacrificed. What a heavy weight on the heart of a parent who's already lost several children to think of taking someone else's only to sacrifice them. This is the part, like 45B of surrender. The other sections were like having to go through the pitch midnight, through the forest, across a river on foot, dropping the baby, regaining the baby, and then making his way through Vrindavan, all with the hope that all of this is going to work out. And so now, he gently lays down baby Krishna and lifts a sleeping girl child in his arms, and he makes his way back to the prison house. This is also surrender. How many of us, having regained our freedom, would then go back to the prison? At some point you might think, well, I might have to write Devaki a note on the way, tell her I'll come back for her. I'll figure it out on the outside. Can't go back. Vasudeva, head held high, true to his word, goes back to prison. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Vasudeva arrives in the prison, reshackles himself, closes the door, locks it back, sits next to Devaki with the child and says, this is the girl child that our Lord told me to bring back. And at that moment, this girl child begins to cry. All of the guards awaken. They tell Kamsa, the 8th child of Devaki has been born. And Kamsa says a very famous line, now the cruel death of my life is born. He charges to the prison cell and meets face to face with Vasudeva and Devaki. Devaki begins to plead not for her own life, but for the life of this girl child. Oh my brother, you have killed all of my other children. Simply allow this one to live. She's a girl child. The prophecy said you would be killed by a male child, not a female child. If you allow her to live, I promise you, she will be the wife of your son. Kamsa, you have been so demoniac toward me. Just allow this child to live. Kamsa will not hear reason. Devaki, give me the child. He is deadly calm. Finally, after a great tussle, he snatches the girl child from the arms of Devaki. And just as he goes to throw this child down on a stone, this girl child slips out of his hands. This child is none other than Yogamaya. Shri Yogamaya Devi ki! 8 arms, holding a host of weapons. She looks at Kamsa and says, you fool! You think you can kill me? The 8th child of Devaki has already been born, somewhere or other. Don't be so cruel to your poor sister. You torture her in vain. Kamsa, who sees Durga Devi as his own mother, is rightfully so extremely terrified. This Devi then vanishes, where she goes on to assume many forms, under many names, and is forever worshipped as the sister of Sri Krishna. Back in Vrindavan, in Gokula, Yashodarani awakens and sees that she has a little boy, wonderful and effulgent, looking incredibly sweet, with hands and feet that are like lotuses, and just as soft. Her child looks as beautiful as a dark rain cloud. And Yashodarani simply gazes at him. From every corner of Vrindavan come wonderful ladies. All of these ladies arrive to do what they do best in Vrindavan. Have a celebration. Vrindavan is a land full of festivals and parties. And so all of these women arrive. And they arrive with songs. And they arrive with dance. And so, just to make the atmosphere complete and really authentic, we have Champakalata Sati and Kamala, who are going to help invoke the mood of the festival of Vrindavan. When all of the village women saw the new baby born to Yashoda, they all began to chant, Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki! Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki! Shri Krishna Kanhaiya Lal Ki! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, protector of cows, and Govinda, one who gives pleasure to the cows and senses. He is known as Krishna, which means all attractive, and one who is dark. And he's known as Kanaya, which is a family village name. What is short for Krishna, but longer than Krishna. Hey Krishna Kanaya Lal Ki! Krishna Kanaya Lal Ki! Krishna Kanaya Lal Ki! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya When people begin to chant these names with such expert musical accompaniment, everyone in Vrindavan begins to dance. And so, if you feel yourself so moved by the moment, ready to celebrate Krishna's birthday with him, we all can dance together for these 5 minutes. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Oh
Thank you all so much for coming. Happy Janmashtami. We will see you next week. Thank you for being here. Hare Krishna. Oh, we are still. You guys want to keep going?
Yeah.
Cut it. That's it. Okay, we'll keep going. We have next up. Let's see, more kirtan. We're gonna have a abhishek now at this time, so you guys can go ahead and have a seat. And as you make your seat, you can scoot a little bit forward and also just leave a little small pathway over here on the side. We're going to have an abhishek, and we also have an opportunity. There will be an opportunity if people want to sponsor a kalash, which is an opportunity to make a personal offering. We have a table there in the back. Susanna should be there. She wants to raise her hand or stand up tall. You can see her. And there's opportunities for individuals to assist in the abhishek by sponsoring a kalash, which is a vessel that is used for the bathing of the deities, as here, which will be an offering of love and support for Shri Shri Radha Mulidhar. And so we're going to invite, I believe we have Evan on the schedule, is that right?
Yeah.
And Evan is not here. And so either Evan is going to come up to lead kirtan, or someone else is going to take his place. But we go ahead and everybody can just find a seat if they don't mind. We can just have a seat, everybody, please. That means that your seat should be on the floor. If you don't mind sitting down, thank you. And we're going to continue with kirtan and have our abhishek. Also wanted to make one other announcement when the darshan will be opening up again very shortly. Her Grace Antarangi Devi, the mother of Achyuta Gopi and Ananta Govinda, and their dear sister who's not here, but in spirit, she made the dress. She's been making dresses for Krishna and Radharani for decades, and she made the beautiful dress that's here for Radha Mulidhar. So when you Haribo, thank you, Janavi. I'm very glad that Janavi's still paying attention to me. Thank you, Janavi. We appreciate. You got an announcement about you coming up very soon. So Evan, you can also sit down because you're going to be leading kirtan. So please join us in kirtan. We'll have a Karunimai here. Will be one of our priests. Will be directing people who have sponsored a kalash. And if you would like to take that opportunity, please see Susanna in the back, and we will continue with kirtan. Also, last thing I promise for right now is that prasad is being served as a takeaway for people who aren't able to stay for the rest of the evening, if you'd like to go up to the 5th floor and get some prasadam to take away with you if you happen to be leaving anytime soon, you can feel free to do that. We're also live streaming this on a TV screen up on the 5th floor. If it gets a little too crowded, or if you have children and a family that you'd like to take up there, you can take that opportunity as well. Prasadam is food. Nityana wanted me to tell you that. For those of you who didn't know. So, if you're hungry, you can go up there.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare
Would all those people who sponsored Kalashis please come forward and make your way to the front? Anybody who has, please come forward. Please go ahead and just make your way up to the front, maybe off to the side here if there's a space for you, or making your way up to the front. Just come up and make your way. Thank you. continue the kirtan, invite His Grace Shri Prahlad to chant. As mentioned, if you sponsor the Kailash, please come make your way up front. If you would still like to take the opportunity to do so, please see we have a table back there. Sahara is waving her hand. And continue to please offer your hearts in kirtan. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Let's all chant together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Shri Krishna Janmashtami Mahamahotsav Ki!
Haribol. Thank you, Shri Prabhupada. Thank you all for chanting so beautifully. Thank you to all of our. Thank you, Jonathan. Everybody give Jonathan a big round of applause. Have to see be at the right place at the right time. We're going to continue on. We're getting closer and closer to midnight. We're going to have a Julan Yatra now. So we're going to, in place of the Abhishek, bring a beautiful Julan. So many devotees, as we mentioned Marissa earlier, Vandana, so many devotees were giving their time and their energy to decorate this beautiful, beautiful swing. And everyone's going to have an opportunity to come up and swing. Right, Vasudeva?
On it.
Not on it, no. You're going to be able to swing. Although, vicariously through Krishna's enjoyment, it's better than even being on the swing yourself. That's the miracle of Bhakti, everybody. Better than being served is serving. And so we're going to have a line over here. Hamalata Radha and Champak are going to be controlling the line, which will be up along the side wall here. Everyone will have opportunity. You'll be guided, do a quick achaman. You'll be able to gently swing their lordships. Kirtan will be taking place. We have Kishore Chandra leading Kirtan, followed by Janavi herself. And we'll be doing that until 11 o'clock, at which time we'll have another talk by Kasturi Prabhu, leading us all the way up to the miraculous darshan at midnight.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Gaur Premanandi. And for our next kirtaniya, we will have our most dearest Janavi Jivana Devi.
Janmashtami Mahamahotsav ki Jai! Bhakti ki Jai!
You guys are still here. It's amazing. Thank you guys so much for all your beautiful kirtan and chanting. We have one more part of our evening left before we have our midnight darshan, arati, and kirtan. His Grace Vasudeva Prabhu is going to give us an enlightening talk, and Janmashtami Devi will be singing some beautiful verses in between, woven in throughout his talk. I'll make these announcements now and also at the end as well. Just to let you know that the party does not stop tonight. We have a number of things going on. Tomorrow is Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja, as Sri Prabhupada so kindly mentioned in his talk, Srila Prabhupada's appearance day. And we'll be celebrating and having offerings here tomorrow from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Then on Sunday, we have our normal Bhagavad Shravan program. We have a special guest, His Grace Caitanya Mahaprabhu is in town. And so he'll be speaking, and that will be taking place from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then Caitanya Mahaprabhu is also going to stay in town a little bit. He did a program last Tuesday, and also this evening, Tuesday at 7 p.m. He'll be doing a talk in person here called Focus in an Age of Distraction. Sounds like he's speaking to me whenever I'm trying to give my announcements. And then last but not least, we have Radhastami coming up in 2 weeks on September 3rd. So please keep a lookout on our newsletter, our temple WhatsApp, and also just go to our website temple page for opportunities to sponsor part of the event, volunteer, just save the date and be here. All of that can be found out at bhakticenter.org/temple. And without further ado, we're going to turn it over to His Grace Vasudeva Prabhu until midnight, when we'll have arati and kirtan and darshan, followed by prasad.
Om Jnanachandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshuruntamdanyena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Ashtarayesha Karine.
Okay, I think I'm okay. Good evening, everybody. We're almost there to the highlight, the climax, the pinnacle of the evening, the Anandarshan Shri Krishna. But first, I just thought I'd really like to thank everyone. It's been a wonderful festival, and I know there's so much that's gone into it. All the, Doyle Prabhu and the entire staff here, Vasudeva Prabhu and the entire Pujari staff, all the devotees that decorated, all the devotees that worked the front desk and the tables and the back. So many people contributed in some ways. I'm sure there are people probably still in the kitchen cleaning up and all of that. And, so many people contributed in so many ways, but I really felt like the entire evening has been a very beautiful, very satisfying remembrance of Krishna. So thank you all. And I thank all of you for coming and spending this time. I was thinking that this morning, a friend of mine read a verse to me. Some of you may be able to guess who the friend is. He's a very colorful character who is full of love for Sri Radha and Krishna and for Vrindavan. And what he read me was a verse, it was a poem written by Bilvamangala Thakur, who was a great devotee of Radha and Krishna. He was blind actually, and he was living in Vrindavan. And although he was physically blind, he had incredible visions, and he shared those visions in his poetry. And when you read his poetry, it's like each verse, it's like a snapshot of Vrindavan life with Krishna and Krishna's devotees. And one of the verses that he read, I'll just mention, it's just one detail in one verse in a book that is so saturated with love for Radha Krishna that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to keep this book with him all the time. But what just caught my attention this morning, just made me wonder, was one short part of one verse that mentioned that Krishna, little Krishna, he's lying down on a bed and he has his eyes closed. Although he's awake, he's pretending that he's asleep. And he's pretending that he's asleep because he can hear that the ladies are speaking his glories. They're sharing their love for him, their attraction and their love for him. And he wants to hear it. And so he's pretending that he's asleep and he can't hear it. But he's listening. And as he's listening, he's trying to pretend that he's asleep, but he's so touched by the words that they're saying that he can't help but break into a smile. And you know, it's a very sweet image. But if you think about it, how is this possible? That this Krishna is the Krishna who expands himself into the different Vishnu expansions, from whom all the universes come out of his skin. And then he enters into every universe. As Garbhodakshaya Vishnu, Lord Brahma, the creator, grows from his navel. And then he enters into the heart of every living being. This is the Sri Krishna that maintains all the worlds. He can control so much. But when his devotees speak about him as love, he can't even stop himself from smiling. This is the Krishna that we fall in love with. Right? This is the God that we understand. This is the theology that we've been gifted by the saints of Vrindavan. That this Krishna, this God, he's all powerful. Yes, he's omniscient. Yes, he's omnipotent. But he's very, very, very sweet. He's not only very sweet, but he's actually so sweet that he's controlled by love. So much so that he can't even control himself when his devotees show him love. They actually can control him. They can tie him right up, bind him. This is the God of God. This is this understanding of God that Sri Chaitanya came to give. Right? This, in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, is called Ujjvala Rasa. It's the most brilliant rasa. It's the most brilliant, beautiful understanding. Maybe I just hold it. Thank you. Thank you for trying. It's the most special love of God. And it's this type of devotion that, and only this type of devotion that captures his mind, and captures his heart, and captures his interest. If we understand this Krishna, we can let go of our fear. You know, we live in this world, and we've lived in this world for we don't know how long, how many lifetimes. We've gone through so much. We've been hurt. All of us have been hurt. We've had our faith, I suppose I could say have our faith challenged, but I'd say look more like we've had our faith crushed. We don't know how many times and how many lifetimes. We've had relationships, and we've invested our entire heart in it, and then those relationships have been broken. Either broken through misunderstandings or broken through the force of time. Right? And we suffer. And we become fearful. You know, we become fearful of, particularly of some being that's more powerful than us, that could control us. But this God is very different. This God, if we just get to know him, right? If we get to understand his personality, we become naturally attracted. Right? That's why he's called Krishna. In his preface to the Krishna book, Srila Prabhupada writes, he says, especially in the Western world, when someone looks at the cover of this book, Krishna, the first thing that they ask is, who is this Krishna? And who is this girl next to Krishna? And then he goes on to say that the answer is that he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But how do we understand that he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Because he is the one who is all attractive. That there's one being in the center of all existence that has the power to attract all the others. That's Krishna. We're naturally attracted to him. It's only that we're fighting it, or that we're trying to ignore it, or that we're trying to become that all attractive one ourselves. We're fighting and struggling to be that attractive being. The world is, got us confused and making us think that this is our path to happiness. When everyone will be attracted to me, then I'll feel happy. But actually it's just a struggle, and it's a struggle against nature. And when we finally realize that we can just allow Krishna to be the attractive one, and allow ourselves to be attracted to him, when we finally let go, we'll find what the Bhagavatam calls Atma Suprasiddhiti. We'll finally find the complete satisfaction of the self. And so in Bhakti Yoga, we practice sadhana to remind ourselves, so that our mind, so that we can break the conditioning of the mind that this world has programmed it with, and refresh that mind and revive that mind with the memory and with the understanding that my happiness is found in devotion to this all-attractive being. And so we cultivate that, and we set aside time every day to cultivate that. And we set aside chunks of time in the month and chunks of time in the year, and we set aside certain days, right, that we hold as very sacred, that are very auspicious, where there's an opening, there's an opening in the power of that material energy, that allows us that if we dedicate some time and energy, and we dedicate our attention to that all-attractive being, that our attraction to him begins to arise, right? Arise in the heart. The heart begins to soften to this idea that I can love Krishna, right? That I'll be happy when I let go of everything else, and I can love this beautiful being. And we all have duties that we have to do in life. We all have important responsibilities. Some of us are mothers, some of us are fathers, some of us are husbands, some of us are wives, some of us are students, so we have different responsibilities in our occupations. And Krishna's devotees are so expert that they learn how to both be entirely responsible in those duties, right? How to carry out those duties, but they do them in a special way. They find a way where within their mind and their heart, they develop an understanding that I do this to please Sri Krishna. I don't do this for any other purpose. I don't do this because I think I'm going to squeeze some kind of happiness out of the material world. I do this for the pleasure of Krishna. And through that offering, naturally, the desire to hear about Krishna arises in one's heart. It becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. We have to set aside the time. We have to take it seriously. We have to step out of those temporary roles that we take on for some time. We have to let go of them, at least for a period of the day, and for these chunks of time. And in those moments, we're not the husband, the wife, the mother, the father, the student, the business person. We can get back to that when the period of time is over. But in those moments, we're nothing but the servant of the servant of the servant of Sri Krishna, the lover of the gopis. When we take, even if it's just a moment, we take a few 10 seconds to swing Radha and Krishna in their swing. In that moment, we let go and we forget about everything else. And even though those few seconds can become very potent moments where we're not sitting in the material world anymore, but actually we're in Vrindavan with Radha and Krishna, performing our eternal dharma, serving Radha and Krishna, serving their pleasure, right? Making that the focus of our mind, the focus of our heart, the focus of all our attention. And again, that mystery is that let's say that counterintuitive truth is that then and only then, only when we're fully, 100% concerned for the pleasure of Sri Krishna, do we actually become fully pleased ourselves. And the more that we practice it, and the more that we hear about it from people that understand it, the more that we begin to understand it. And it goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And then we understand who this Krishna is. He's not the judge. He's not interested in playing that role. He's the lover of the cows. He goes out with the cows every day. He embraces them. When they see him, tears are coming out of their eyes out of love. They've been waiting to see him. He embraces them. He serves them. He calls them by their name. They come running to him. He's Govinda, the lover of the cows. He's that being that, again, although all the universes exist within him, he can be tied up like a little child by the love of his mother. So we call him, what do we call him? And he's also, his very nature, his primary quality is his sweetness. And therefore we call him Madhava. Govinda Damodar Madhava. So that same poet who wrote that beautiful verse and shared that beautiful vision of Krishna lying on the bed with his eyes closed, trying not to smile, but so moved by the love of his devotees that he has to smile. He can't control. It's out of his control. He's become controlled by the love of his devotees. That same poet, Gokula Thakur, he had more visions, so many more visions that he shared with us. And so I thought for a bit we could sing and hear some of his poetry. And so I called up Janmashtami earlier today. I was thinking about doing this for a while, but I'm lazy and I procrastinate a lot. So I called up Janmashtami this afternoon. I said, I know this is kind of late notice, but you're coming to the Bhakti Center tonight? She's like, yeah. I said, would you mind maybe helping me with this and singing these verses? She was like, actually, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking that it's a little too late in the evening for like a lecture. So let's sing these verses. Maybe I'll share a few words about them, or maybe I won't. But we'll just go through some of these beautiful verses of poetry. And you can all join in. You can join in as Janmashtami sings the last line. You can join it in Sanskrit. And as I say it in English, you can also join into it in English. And we can, for now, for these next half hour or so, we're not husbands, wives, mothers, fathers, students, business people, any of these things. We could pick that up tomorrow morning. But for now, we're sitting in Vrindavan next to Bilbamangala Thakur, right? And he's blind, but he's sharing exactly what he's saying. And through his mercy, we can see it too. So each one of these verses is just like a snapshot. It's a beautiful picture, an idyllic picture of true love, and how that true love plays out eternally. And we'll just go through each one by one. Some of them are humorous. Some of them are wondrous. Some of them are said in humility, and they're kind of like begging, instead of prayer, like begging for a blessing. But they're all very beautiful poetry. And I think no one better than John would be here to sing these verses, and we can hear them. We can not only enjoy the meaning of them, but also to some degree appreciate the poetic nature of it as well. So let's begin. These aren't all the verses. I don't know how many we'll be able to cover, but we'll just take this time and we'll fill it up with these verses. And it's not all the verses from this is called the Govinda Damodar Stotra. We don't have all the verses here, but we have a lot of them, and we'll just chant. Are you all ready?
Yes.
Are you completely focused on this?
Yes.
Yes? Is your heart and mind 100% open and ready and focused on this? Haribol! Then we will begin. Johnny? And so maybe we'll say, maybe you could sing the refrain for us, and this is what everyone can Everybody? Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti,
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti,
Govinda So this first verse is a funny one. It's a humorous one. And it's about when you love Krishna so much, even when you're trying not to think about him, you can't help but think about him. It's almost like a Vrindavan Freudian slip that this young gopi has. It reads, though desiring to sell milk, yogurt, and butter, the mind of a young gopi was so absorbed in the lotus feet of Krishna that instead of calling out milk for sale, she bewilderedly said, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Okay.
Ulu khale samvritatandadanshta samphaktayantyo mushalai pramugda gayanti gopyo janitaruraga Govinda
Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Their grinding mortars full of grains, the gopis' minds are overcome as they thresh with their pestles, singing, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Kachit karambo japute nishanam krida shukam kim Agya Parama Sasaro Hakshi Govinda
Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
A lotus-eyed girl instructed the red-beaked pet parrot that was seated in the cup of her lotus hand. She said, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Grihe Grihe Gopavadhu Samuha Pratikshanam Pinjara Sarikana Skalagiram Vachaitum Pravrittu
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
In each and every house, a bevy of Gopal women is engaged in making the caged parrots constantly utter with broken words,
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Paryankika Bhajamalam Kumaram Prasvapayantyo Khila Gopakanya Jago Prabandham Swaradara Bandham
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
With the little boy lying in the swing, all the gopis used to expertly sing compositions set to musical notes and rhythm. They went,
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti,
while putting him to rest.
Ramanujam Vikshana Kelilolam Gopi Grihitva Navadita Goram Amalatum Balakamajuhava
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
The younger brother of Balaram, playing mischievously, was dodging about with restless eyes. Taking a ball of fresh butter to lure him over, a gopi called to him, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Vichitravarna Bharana Virame Videhi Vakram Jarajahanse Sada Maniye Rasane Garange
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Oh, my tongue, since my mouth has become like a lotus by dint of the presence there of these eloquent, ornamental, delightful syllables, you are like the swan that plays there. As your foremost pleasure, always articulate the names
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti,
Ankadvirudham Shishugopakudham Stanam Gayantam Kamalaikakantam Sambodhayama Samudaya Shuddha
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
the one and only Lord of Lakshmi Devi, as an inconspicuous little cowherd baby, was seated in the lap of Mother Yashoda, drinking her breast milk. Merged in bliss, she addressed him as
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti,
Dhamma, Krishna was playing with his playmates, the boys of his age, who protected the animals. With great love, Mother Yashoda called out to her own son, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Yashodaya Gadamulu Khalila Gokhanta Pashena Nivartamanam Ruruna Mandam Navanita Bhoji
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Being firmly tied up to the grinding mortar with the cow's rope by Mother Yashoda, the plunderer of butter softly whimpered, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
This is a really funny one because he's saying it himself. He's
Yeah.
saying his own names.
It's like, I don't know if he's saying,
Is he
like, what's my
comfortable?
problem or something like that. Like, I got myself this again.
Nijaganetam kanakenivaram gopi grihitva navadita golam amadayatva nikalena nete
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
In his own courtyard, Krishna was carelessly playing with the bracelet. So the gopi took a ball of butter to him, and shutting his eyes with the palm of her hand, she distracted him and said,
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Yes, what I have for you.
Grihe grihe gopavatu kadamba sarve militva samavaya yoge punyani namani patanti nityam
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
In house after house, groups of cowherd ladies gather on various occasions, and together they always chant the transcendental names of Krishna.
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Mandara mule vadanami rama bimbadhare purita venunadam go gopa gopi janamadya samstam
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
His face is pleasing, and the flute at his lips is filled with divine sound. Amidst the cows, gopas, and gopis, he stands at the base of a coral tree. Govinda
Damodara Madhaveti.
Utthaya gopyo pararatra bhoge smritva yashoda sutabalake gayanti prachayardalimanta yantyo
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Having risen early in the Brahma Muhurta and remembering the childish activities of the son of Mother Yashoda, the gopis loudly sing while churning butter.
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Jagdhota datto navanita pindo grihe yashoda vichikitsayanti uvacha satyam vanahe murare
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
house. Mother Yashoda was now suspicious. It has been eaten. She said, "Hey, Murari, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Now tell me the truth."
Abhyarchagirham yuvati pravriddha prema pravahadadini brahmamanta kayanti gopyo tasaki sameta
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Having finished worship at home, a young gopi, like a strong current of love for Krishna, churned the butter, and then joined together with all the gopis and their friends, and they sing, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Kvachit prabhate dadhi purna patre nikshipyamantam yuvati mukundam alokya danam vividham karoti
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
One time, early in the morning, just as a girl had put aside her churn in a pot full of butter, she saw Mukunda. She then began to sing songs in various ways about Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Vihaya nidram arunodaya cha vidhaya krityani cha vipramukhya vedavasane prapatanti nityam
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
After giving up sleep at dawn, having completed their ritualistic duties, and at the end of their Vedic chanting, the best of the learned brahmanas always loudly chant,
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Vrindavane gopaganascha gopyo vilokya govinda viyoga kinnam radham jaghusa shruvilochanabhyam
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
In Vrindavan, seeing Srimati Radharani overwhelmed with separation from Govinda, groups of gopas and gopis sang with tears in their lotus eyes,
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Bhata sanchara gatanugavas tadrakshanartham tanayam yashoda prabodayat palkitalena mandam
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
the cows having already gone out to graze early in the morning, Mother Yashoda gently roused her sleeping son with the palm of her hand, softly saying,
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Savara shobha ivadita kesha vadam uparnashana puta deva mure karuna murara patanti
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
with long matted hair, the color of coral, and bodies purified by eating only leaves, water, and air, the sages sit beneath the trees and chant.
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Evam Bruvana Virahatura Vrisham Rajastriya Krishna Vishita Manasa Visrinjana Jamrurusma Suswaram Govinda
Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
After speaking these words, the ladies of Vraja, who were so attached to Krishna, felt extremely agitated by their imminent separation from him. They forgot all worldly shame and loudly cried out, "Oh, Govinda
Damodara Madhaveti.
Gopi Kadachin Manipinjarastam Shukam Vachavachaitum Pravritta Ananda Kanda Vraja Chandra Krishna
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Sometimes a gopi is engaged in teaching a parrot within a jeweled cage to recite names like Ananda Kanda, the source of bliss, Vraja Chandra, the moon of Vraja, Krishna, and
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Govatsavanai Shishukakapaksham Varnantamam Bhosakanayataksam Uvachamata Jivakam Gridhitva
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
this is one of my favorite ones, and I think Janavi's too.
Just highlight it.
I will, because actually we're running out of time, so maybe we just do the highlight.
Okay.
So this is another humorous one. The lotus-eyed Lord was tying the shika of a cowherd boy to the tail of a calf when his mother caught him, lifted up his chin, and said,
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Tvameva yache mama dehi jivre samagate dandhare krit samagate dandhare kritante bhaktavyamivam manuram subhaktya
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
So there's a whole series of prayers within the Govinda Damodar Stotram where Bilvamangala Thakur is praying to his own tongue. And this is one of them. O my tongue, I ask only this of you, that at my meeting the bearer of the scepter of chastisement, Yamaraj, the Lord of Death, you will utter this sweet phrase with great devotion.
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
Sukhavasane tvidameva saram Dukhavasane tvidameva geyam Dehavasane tvidameva japyam
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
This indeed is the essence found upon ceasing the affairs of mundane happiness. And this too is to be sung after the cessation of all sufferings. This alone is to be chanted at the time of death of one's material body.
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti.
I think just maybe the last one.
Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Even though anyone is able to chant, still no one does. Alas, how determined people are for their own undoing. O tongue, just drink the nectar of these names. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. One more time. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Thank you everyone so much for chanting these names with us. And now to bring us to the final moments, the most sacred and special and auspicious moment, Janmashtami, could you lead us another kirtan up into? Yeah, I think just for, maybe we can do the Srimad Mahamamrita, Jai Radhe Jai Krishna.
from a seated position. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, thank you all so much. Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki jai. Thank you all for still being here. Thank you for those who joined us online. We have prasadam being served in the back. Mangalarti starts at 5, so just get comfortable. Any of you who would like to serve in any way, we have prasadam being served out, and also if anybody is inspired, of course it's very late, if anybody would like to help us cleaning up and putting things away, it's always greatly appreciated. I don't know who you would even go to see for that, but I'm sure you can find whoever's putting away chairs. Just tap them on the shoulder. Nityananda Chandra, over here, hiding in the corner. You can go check out him. But please do come tomorrow 4 to 7 p.m. to celebrate and honor Srila Prabhupada. Sunday morning, 11 a.m., Caitanya Mahaprabhu. And Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
I actually was writing, I was literally this morning writing an article on the exact same thing, that we need to take breaks in our material lives. I call it resetting our current scale. As a service, I've recently started a newsletter / blog basically kind of about like audio / social service. It's like navigating trying to live a spiritual life and being in the world. I'm sitting. Possibly, last year the yatra was around. Thank you for the